Hello, welcome in on this Saturday afternoon. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Hello, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Drag. As I already said, I do hope that you're going to be able to find your Switch soon. And Lumina, thank you very much. Luckily, I also have some arms and armor, which should make the fights a lot easier. But thank you nevertheless. And also, welcome in. Which I probably already said, but I do want to be clear with that. Okay, let's see how it feels about hooking in, and it works great. Happy to see that. There is one thing here. Hello. Still quickly want to get done. Okay. I am well. I hope that all of you are fine as well. Okay, I haven't switched the scenes, have I? Now you should be able to see the game. Okay, so we have somebody coming back here. Okay, Royal Rhino does not seem to give what I hoped it would. I am happy to hear that you're doing fine. It has to do with bugs. I'm not sure what you mean with "are you buying?" But I do think, now that you reminded me, I do need to check if some... The first round... Well, if you were able to come in, I'd offer the first round that without your Switch, that is going to be more difficult. And that, Lumina, is absolutely fine. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you're going to have a good night, and I hope that your stream, I think you did stream beforehand, if I'm not mistaken, went well. And yeah, that you are going to have a good night and hopefully a good Sunday or Saturday. I am not sure how exactly you're looking at that, if you're behind or ahead. I would say you need to be ahead, but I'm not sure. Sorry about that. Okay, that's actually good. Okay. I absolutely understand that idea and that feeling. Oh. That is... That is, well, either early or late, depending on how you look at it. Nevertheless, I hope you're going to have a fantastic rest and find yourself with a good Saturday then. And as I said, I do absolutely understand how you feel about it, not having gone to bed yet, and it's still basically then being the same day as before. So you're working... I feel like you have to be working shifts for that to be working. Although, don't mind me speculating here if you do want to go to bed. I don't... Okay, so an evening shift and then you stream afterwards, then it's no surprise your sleep schedule differs from how it would normally work with that shift. I absolutely can understand. I think it would already be going to bed quite a bit later than normally expected, and getting up later. If it works for you, that is the most important part. Yeah, I can see that. Streaming before work would make that a little bit harder in the sense that you do have a timing and you then do need to stop. I am also pretty constrained by my schedule, so I can understand that. But if so after the next week, for the event that I'm planning, I'll be streaming a lot longer, and then probably not so constrained by schedule, more that I have reached the limits of my endurance. But yeah, while I am happy for you to answer the questions. If you do need to go to bed, don't allow me to hold you up on that. Oh, you're off next week, prepping for Saturday. Anything special next Saturday then? Oh, the 20th is your birthday. I'll be keeping the congrats until it is actually time. I'm not sure how you consider it, but it is considered bad luck to congratulate early. At least where I live. So I'll keep that for next Saturday then. But yeah, I hope you're going to have a great birthday. Am I correct in estimating that you're planning something special for your stream, or just are you going to take a day off and just have a special, a great birthday in general? And again, if you do need to go to bed, you don't need to answer my questions. Something special on stream. Let me just jot something down then. Oh, you got a new model finishing up. I hope it is worth the wait. I know that is always a big event. It's harder for me to switch the models. And hello, welcome in, Marek. How are you? Oh, I picked up a gnarl here. And I haven't jotted everything down. It's not a custom, but it will be a recolor. I think that is already... that can be worth celebrating, especially if you did put a lot of work into that recolor. Yeah, much harder for me to do that. But it's fine. I knew the troubles when I started out with this model. Okay, mate, I put these updates in, and I do need to... we had... this upgraded. That saber is still correct. That it does. Not always in a... not always in a positive direction, so to say, but it does change over time, so... there is that. It is, though not as eternal as Embers or other models. I need to get up to 15. Easy to go up to 14. Let's do it like that. Have a restful sleep, a good night, and probably be seeing you around. Well, I will be seeing you around, I know that, but I was thinking about an evening stream of Embers, but that's not going to happen today, so have a good night. You are playing Worldmark. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, there is... that goes down to 3, that goes down to 2. Okay. Okay. Where do I still have zeros on the board that I would want to remove here? Well, first one would fall to another Night Cloak. So let's switch over to a water element weapon and let's go capture a Night Cloak Malfestio. Could have the correct... I do not. That probably also means that I do not have the correct skills equipped. Okay. can't call back on it now, but no matter how I was equipped, it is correct now. Let's use a voucher here and see. Night Cloak, I don't need to worry about the elements so much, so just Black Belt is fine. Okay, that is not actually what I wanted to carry. This is what I wanted to carry. Special permit, Night Cloak, Malfestio, capture. Yeah, I will be ordering provision division supplies. It's going to make it more comfortable. Okay. Need to be more conscious of his pattern. No. I didn't want to put... the weapon away. A roll away from... or half a roll away, actually. Okay, now we go. First charge. And we can move on, pick up a shiny. I will be needing 10 minutes at least for this. Okay. That angle was lucky. Okay. A little bit of health from Kid here. That's a good break. Oh yeah, with World, that is indeed a very valid question. Since, unlike Rise... Did Rise have? I think Rise had. No, it's Wilds only that had cross-platform support. I do tend to forget that. I do personally think that cross-platform support should be universal, but I do realize there is more than just monetary concerns with that. There are unfortunately good reasons for why multiplayer games are not necessarily cross-platform, or may even stay cross-platform forever. There's a smaller game called Polybridge, I think it's Polybridge 2 to be exact, that recently announced that they have to stop their cross-platform leaderboards because the AWS architecture they are using is becoming too expensive for the revenue that the game is still bringing in, and on PC that means that it is being migrated over to the Steam platform. So that is something that maybe not too many people know, but Steam, for games in their library, does offer to take over some not low, but some simple server tasks like leaderboards and so on. And that is together with mod support being migrated to Steam. And that unfortunately means that any other platforms cannot cross over to it, and not even sure if they can retain leaderboards or not. But while it's sad, I can understand that Steam is not offering that service because it's free for them to do it on Steam, that it is not an offer that is extended to games that are not on their platform. And that is then, while a very simple example, it is showcasing why cross-platform support is unfortunately more complicated than we might want as gamers. Okay, that is a wing broken. Okay, there is the head plumage break. We get our supplies. So yeah, it's unfortunate that not everything runs cross-platform but understandable. What I can less understand from... Actually, even from a business perspective, why you want to keep stuff exclusive. There have been basically no big system seller hits anymore. To a part, I do think that, and that is something that completely baffles me with Sony wanting to go back to single-player exclusives. Where there is not enough distinction between the PlayStation 5 and other consoles that you'd seriously would want to... Yeah, no. At least for me, if it is not accessible on a platform that I own, then I'm not even considering buying it anymore. He's really running around that trap. And yeah, for all of the publishers, that means PC, Switch 1, or... I mean, that is... Well, I'm not even sure if I should consider the Switch 1 a modern console. It is a last-gen, strictly speaking. Seeing a little bit more of the map, since I do require a little bit more time. Fighting him alone here. Fortunately, your cloak is not good enough to be completely invisible at the moment. He's going to be flying about again. They are. They are being terrible with it. They are also very happy to litigate. And I can see from a console publisher's perspective the want or the need to keep games exclusive. But from a developer's... Oh, okay, ouch. From a developer's perspective, it doesn't make any sense. And Sony and Nintendo are also developers. I'm just wondering whether the hardware arm should really have that big of an influence, or, well, Nintendo is, I think, out of all of the current manufacturers, more special in that they still have a huge amount of properly first-party IP stuff. yeah, that's it. The game can reach a lot smaller audience, and there's a lot of guys on PC at least that would be happy to buy first-party Nintendo titles on PC. Of course, comparisons with PC do tend to be very unfavorable. For any console. At least graphic-wise. But I mean, it can absolutely, it should absolutely work out. I mean, okay, it's maybe not the seriously, the only for me, from my perspective, the Steam Deck is a bloody hell. That's the second time he really managed to get me badly here. And he's running away again. So what I was trying to say before he bashed me up there is that for me the Steam Deck is like a console. I do know that there is the difference of the open operating system. But for me, a console is the main aspect of a console. It's a hardware device that its primary purpose is to play games. Maybe its only purpose, but although that is not the case nowadays anymore, with every console allowing you to watch Netflix and so on and so forth. Okay. We do have the... I'm finally ready to be captured. Well, he is called Malfestio, so... not necessarily known for kindness, but getting back to what I'm trying to explain with the Steam Deck, it is a hardware device that is primarily designed for gaming. It runs a different OS, which is a lot more open than a Switch OS or a PlayStation or a Microsoft Xbox OS. But that is, for me, a minor difference. It is designed for games. It is, in addition, it's made to be portable. It has an integrated screen, integrated controls, no phone capabilities. So that is all. For me, it's, I know it's called a portable PC, but from my perspective, falls into the same category as a portable console. And as such, it has been a hardware success and it has been a selling games success while being a lot less restrictive than you'd usually say. I know that a lot of people, that some people would say, but it is an exclusive, it is absolutely exclusive, and there is no openness with it because it runs SteamOS and it defaults to the to Steam as a shop platform, but it's not exclusively so. You can get a lot of other things to run. You can get older games to run, and is it as easy to do that as on a PC? Yes. Sure, the interface is not as clean, but I would say that it is absolutely as easy to do as it would be on a PC. And I don't know, what is wrong with giving options to everybody and sell games on them? Well, there is the problem. Sell games on their merits. How many people want to still do that nowadays? Plenty. For we are still getting good games, but from the big companies, it does feel a lot like a lot of them are not wanting to compete to try and sell their games on their own merits. But then again, Sony is keeping the PC market for all of their multiplayer games, but those are the games that they currently release that suck. I mean, why only sell the bad games? You're not getting anybody switching over from PC to PlayStation for that. And talking about their first-party single-player games, yeah, they are good. But for example, the new God of War, which bloodily was just called God of War, if I remember correctly, no subtitle, no indication that it's... I hate that. I hate when a company brings, either as with God of War, Doom, it's not a remake, it's not a remaster, it is its own thing, but it just has the original title. That is... One, it erases the old game in the cultural conscience, which I already hate. And two, I mean... For example, with God of War, it wasn't nearly as good as the original. It wasn't terrible, but it didn't have anything on the original. Yeah, and there are place names you could have used because they did which gods you are bullying from, well, this not really anybody left in Greece now, is there? But they did switch from Greek to a Norse pantheon. And you needn't have called it a Ragnarok right from the beginning, although quite fairly what you are doing is quite cutting quite a swath through them again. But fair, it's not Ragnarok, since that is a very specific event, but you would have found a name. Same for Doom. As a... yeah, I don't get it. But yeah. Coming back to Sony and the God of War titles, as I said, I don't think they are all that good. I don't think that The Last of Us is that good of a story. But yeah, okay, that was a reboot. Yeah, I do think so as well, and everybody goes like, oh, it's such a great story, and I'm like... No. No, it's not. How he grows to like Ellie, and I'm like... I mean... maybe not the fairest comparison, seeing that Pragmata came out this year and The Last of Us 2013, I want to say. At least the original version of it. But Pragmata does the accidental father figure so much better. Is it a perfect story? Some of the aspects are more flimsy, but it doesn't matter, because what they set out to do, they made really well, and that is excellently made and parries the weaker parts that most stories have. There are very few stories that don't have parts where you go, okay, it's a little bit weaker here, but even a great story doesn't need to be a perfect story. I'm not that is always something where I am not sure. You have works such as Lord of the Rings, which was written over decades. You have it's a German literary work. You have Goethe's Faust, which is correctly a life work where so yeah, there is degrees to which you can say time should not have been an issue from when it was written. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. It may not have fallen into that trap, or needed to have fallen into that trap for The Last of Us. Yeah, I see. But you also do need to remember that was a year away from Gamergate, which, while had nothing to do with the SJRs and everything, not as they do want to sell it, the culture war, they were preparing that backlash already. Oh no, don't get me, okay, I haven't I know much less about part 2 than I did about part 1. Because I already didn't find part 1 very compelling, so... But... yeah, okay. They killed off the favorite character to be replaced. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, there is a reason for that. Yeah, absolutely. But they have become more brazen, at least, if not established themselves into that part. But yeah, no, I don't think The Last of Us 1 or 2 are good games. Gameplay-wise, they are very bland. They are very normal for their periods. And story-wise, they are by far not all that they're cracked up to be. Yeah, to a degree, that is the most reasonable part. Seeking revenge in... That revenge part, I can absolutely understand. The kids are maybe too young to really know better. Like an older world, so to say. But... Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to get stoned for this. That part where you kill the surgeon team is the worst part of the first game. Makes anybody who finds that great a sociopath to a degree. I can understand the character going, I don't want this to happen, I love her, I don't want her to die, but it was, as far as I understand it, very clear that that surgery, that what they were doing would cure the affliction, or at least would lead to a vaccine stopping the spread of it. Not 100% clear, but emotionally running in to a degree, fair enough, but you need to think about these things then afterwards. And yeah. Take blood samples, take I'm not sure if it was blood or cerebrospinal fluid, i.e. the fluid surrounding your brain, which is a little bit more involved, but absolutely not deadly. You can tap that for... Some people have too much of it, too much pressure, and they need to, until that problem can be resolved, that it not draining, they need to regularly get it removed and so on. Maybe she could have died. There's always a risk with surgeries, but if you do take a look at what they set up, they are absolutely professional. They're absolutely trying to do this in a clean way. in a non-contaminant way, and you have no choice but to kill them. My guess is that maybe the designers of the game were worried that if they don't force you to do it, people would go like, but it's not the correct decision to kill them here. And as such, they then forced your hand. Speculating here. Maybe they had playtesters not wanting to kill them, not advancing the story and getting stuck. I don't know. Maybe letting her die and leading to a game over. As I said, I'm not sure. Okay. But yeah, not a good story in my opinion. Okay, let's do some more of the annoying stuff up here. So, some Snow Baron. But yeah, I'm not a fan neither gameplay-wise nor story-wise. I don't think it's a good story for The Last of Us and, of course, its sequel. I'm absolutely not saying that people can't enjoy these games, and maybe the story had something that resonated a lot more with me than it for them than it did for me. Horizon Zero Dawn does present a very an interesting idea with the mechanical nature of all of the monsters. Not sure if calling them dinosaurs is quite correct, but I think you do understand what I mean with that. And I can absolutely understand somebody enjoying the game for what it is, a simpler open world, game where you can just go around, explore, enjoy the vistas. It is not necessarily something that appeals a ton to me, but I can absolutely see it appealing to people. And as such, I'm not saying that they are unenjoyable. I'm just saying that for me, they're not what I don't see what so many apparently see in them. Although Horizon Zero Dawn was not as successful, I want to say, as well, no, it wasn't as successful as The Last of Us, but even for the people who played it, they didn't quite praise it in the same regard that I've heard The Last of Us praised. Okay. Not able to find Lagombi now. A lot of games nowadays, unfortunately, strongly suffer from the yellow paint syndrome. Some games hide it better than others. Okay, that's good. Some games hide it better than others, but for the event I am planning, I've been playing a lot of older games, including some I've not had a ton of experience with before. And for 2 or for the first game that you see the yellow when you focus. Okay, I'm really not finding that Lagombi. There we are. Finally. Probably has been here the entire time. Yeah, I do know what you mean. A lot of these games have this show me relevant, interactable things nowadays. But was that a trait that they softened in the second game, Forbidden West, I think? Or is that something they did keep for Forbidden West as well? I have only personally experienced the first game. Okay, that could become an issue that Zamterios has decided to join us here. Oh, bloody hell. I don't want to be visiting your belly. Okay, they still have it in Forbidden West, but they toned it down. Okay, and I do apologize for the abruptness of this, but I do have to take a very quick break. I am sorry for the interruption, both of the conversation and the game. I'll be right back. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience, but this is unfortunately a necessary pause. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let me get back ready. They both have less and more reliance on it. Okay. So, not a clear-cut... Not a clear-cut thing. Which is fair, I think, for them. Well, fair. What is fair is always hard to say. I am not a fan of any of it. And okay. So, let's take an old game that I did, and I still do enjoy very much. Again, I do think that the originals are better than the remakes, because remasters they ain't. Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII had always the option to show you exits on the map. And without them, some of the maps were really bad to navigate. And in a way, they are a fair optional, you could toggle them on and off, form of the modern yellow paint. I do argue that because of the nature of those games, with the pre-rendered backgrounds, the need to be clear where you can walk is very important, because it is not always clear that where in a large scene you can go to. And since you can toggle it, I do find it a lot more tastefully done as well. And the modern remakes just plaster every ledge you can climb with some yellow paint. Not understanding that due to their much higher graphical fidelity and... how shall I put it? They could do away with it if they were consistent in that ledges can be climbed, if they were courageous enough to not trust the players that they can find their way through the ledges without it needing to be that particularly be written out. And yeah, I don't know, because there was a time... Okay, so with the original Assassin's Creed, even Assassin's Creed 2 still, in my opinion, while you had... one, you could climb everything, so giving it a try was at least feasible, and they used architecture pieces that are part of the then architecture to show that you can climb a building, for example. In 2, you had a lot of smaller handholds which were and are on the actual buildings. Maybe not in the exact pattern, but I do think that mostly it could have been on those patterns, because these were used for scaffolding while building the house up and so on, and so you have these natural points where they need it to be able to build the building, and then you can use them to climb. If somebody wants to call that a form of yellow paint, fair enough, but I disagree. I don't think it is exactly the same. And then using those clues and being consistent with allowing you to try and climb basically everything. The game didn't need to show these ledges are you can climb these ledges or you can't climb these ledges. It was very consistent. If you saw the prostitutes, you could always pay them to hide you, and so on. It was consistent in how it worked. I haven't played so much of the remasters to be able to say for sure, but I do have the feeling that in some sections, the world is so cluttered, and they do not allow for more than their idea of what path you should be using, that it is unclear what you can climb and what you can't, because they're not consistent. So be consistent, and I think you'd be they would have been fine, but of course that is unfortunately not something they really could do. Or it really feels like they could have or wanted to have done. Okay. It will take some time to get used to, but I do think with how much I do take some of these, that was the correct decision. Absolutely. Please have an enjoyable Saturday. You may be going for a trip. I'm not sure if you do. Please have a nice trip. Thank you very much, Thraig. I hope you're going to have a fantastic Saturday as well. Okay. Snow Baron 2 tickets, so Gunlands and... that is all that sometimes we can do. I hope that you are going to be successful. Why am I having 3 written down here for the Gunlands? That is correct. Four is the heavy bowgun. 4 as well, okay. Okay, not really what I wanted to do, but despite correcting it, I don't want to have it stand like this, so I'll be jumping into another name. Snow Baron. That's the name I was looking for. I'll be taking on another Snow Baron and at least get it up to 3. on the Arctic Ridge. I do need to bring hot drinks. Good. Okay. Let's go take on these two Snow Baron. Lagombi, probably not a big issue. And, oh. Well, thank you very much, guys. I wouldn't have needed all of these hot drinks, but now I have them, so... Well, in a sense, better to have them than not have them. If I had forgotten them and they wouldn't have offered them to me, I would have been stuck eating a ton of steaks, or risking to eat a ton of steaks. And as such, I'm just needing... I am just drinking potions that I wouldn't have needed to bring, but I do have them, so... Much, much better. Yeah, and I do think I can continue talking about the event a little bit more. I have realized again, no, but it has become clear that while not every modern game is bad, far from it, there has been maybe ambition is absolutely the correct word of what has been lost. Ambition to do as much as grand as possible, and not any producer or so telling you that you can't or that you shouldn't try, but you technically don't have enough space to put everything in that you wanted. So, a game from 1989, in general, fantastic game. Some of the mechanics nowadays are simple because of the technical limitations of the time, but it's absolutely a game brimming with ambition, with care, with love for both the gaming subject and the subject that is treated in the game. So it's another game taking place in feudal Japan around the Sengoku era, and the way they treated it as a historical period with intricacies and the chaos that it actually is, rather than, oh, this is... I know the comparison may be flat, but compared to the newest Assassin's Creed, fair enough, different genres. I mean, one is very informed in history, maybe exaggerating some of the aspects, but it's trying to be faithful and to work in in a way that brings to the fore the complexities of the times rather than just forgetting that anything like nuance even possibly exists. And that is why I'm bringing it up right now. The developers apologize in the handbook. Something else I am quite missing from modern games. Please make a nice manual. They are apologizing that some of the aspects of that time period they could not portray at all due to technical restraints, and that they do understand that that was an important aspect, and that as such it is not able to be 100% accurate, and that needs to be kept in mind as the play. I mean, there's a few things there, and the main thing may only be treating the player as a mature, critically thinking person. Going like, okay, if this game was interesting to you, you are going to be looking stuff up, and you are going to realize that, quote unquote, we took shortcuts, and it is something I'm not sure if I can say has gone at all, because if I do take a look at something like Total War Shogun 2, which is absolutely the better out of the two Shogun games, bloody hell, that is also doing a good job. It is still working differently. It's working from a different premise, more of a rule the realm perspective, and less from a we're trying to make this the personalized noble samurai experience that the other game is trying to do. But both are treating the source material respectfully, and yeah, I mean, I do have to say that I am looking forward to the next. I know it's called Dawn of War. For me, it's more Total War Warhammer 40k, because it is not for everyone, and I will be missing the older, just tactical mission style, and the fact that they are then giving up some of the RTS staples, like in like active resource collection during the battles, and unit production. It's more of a pre-deployed map, basically. And while I can understand that it is tied in with the larger effort, I am missing that base building, and I will be missing that base building aspect during the battles. But I am looking forward to it. It is a style that I do enjoy, that I can enjoy. But Dawn of War 3 still has a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. Because, hoo boy, that was not great, unfortunately. And one more rank here as well. Doesn't quite feel deserved, I'll be honest, since I am taking since that was a very low ranking quest for me, but I'll take it. I know that even they give hunter rank points, so I guess I shouldn't be complaining like that. Okay. Does it really matter? Yeah, it does matter a little. Okay, rank 3. Okay. So I'm missing one level 4 ticket. That's for another day. Or at least for another time. I do want to do a few different monsters here. Oh. Okay. Haven't upgraded this yet. I'll absolutely take it. Does that mean I do have upgrades here as well? I do. Might be able to upgrade everything here. No, I am missing more carapace. But that is 2 more upgrades. That is indeed 2 more upgrades. Good, good, good. Quick check. Probably can't do anything much here still. Okay, okay. some of them more upgraded than others. I did not really go into an upgrade frenzy here. At least half a page, meaning that I have 16 armor pieces left here and 2 pieces left for the lower ranking armor, and a bit here. Okay, taking chest pieces. No, that's what I wanted to do. How many of these am I missing? The wisdom may suit here, but I do think that I have part of it. Same for the research suit. GX Rathalos probably have something. XR I have again. There may be a Lagiacrus GX missing here. Missing Gore XR. Again, I do think there may be something about viscous radiant mucus. I do need to go fetch that a little bit more. And the 2 Damascus. Let's take the scrap here. Okay. I want to say mostly done. Tira, hello, welcome in. How are you? I hope you had a good rest. I hope you're feeling a lot less sore than you did yesterday. And that in general, you do... you did have a good restful day yesterday, and that you are feeling better than yesterday. Okay, I'm still missing the braces. I'm guessing I'm still missing some Narcocos material for that. Let's not... Yeah, the hard vertebrae I am missing. Okay. So the only thing I'm unsure about, and I'll have a quick look, is there a Lagiacrus GX armor? There may not be, and as such, if there isn't, then I am not missing anything. Lagiacrus GX. That is not there, but XR I can find. So probably no GX armor. At least according to Kiraniko. Okay, Zinogre XR, though, that is... Oh, it's a scrap armor. Okay. Okay, so I might actually basically have a slot reserved for every level 9 armor. And I basically only need to fill it up. I am quite happy to hear that. It is always much nicer when people are doing fine than if they're troubled by something. Even if that something is, in the grand scheme of things, something rather simple. Not needing to be bothered by anything is better than being bothered. Okay, I'm probably... Not sure if I want to keep this weapon. Some Teostra might not be a terrible idea. This is also something I may put away. Again, I am missing quite a few things here. Verdant Rapier, Giant's Tusk, Burning Promenade. I am missing Mizutsune's Sword and Shield. Hanano Nagoriwo. And that's a few fins. Okay. If I am as lucky as last time, I'm not going to be getting any of those fins, but I'm going to give it a try. And then I'll be back at my Deviant grind, unless, of course, somebody who does want to join in. I am always open for that. I am happy to help out. For now, though... Where are we? There we are. Moonlit Bubble Bath. We'll be probably quite literally just be bullying a poor Mizutsune. Probably already too much healing. Poor guy is either too old or far too young to really stand a chance. But I do need to be careful. Overconfidence can still result in a card. It's going to be bad overconfidence, and not just a little bit. Okay. Not really dancing enough with him here. Okay, that's unfortunate that that didn't result in an opportunity for a charge up. I did want to pick up whatever you lost there, but if you don't want me to, then we'll be dropping your tail next to it. And coming back to the conversation I had before, and thinking a little bit, I am wondering that that I may be missing the fact that for better or ill, and yes, it does have some drawbacks, companies were either it necessitated or they were willing to risk alienating some people due to the complexity of the controls, due to the subject matter, or by being unintuitive. You do need to also remember that for those days you did have a manual that you were supposed to read. A lot of PC games made sure that you at least opened it back in the day by having some copyright mechanisms tied into the possession of the manual, which always is a little bit funny, but on the other hand, due to how much easier it was to copy PC games than, well, PC games, because the PC is, or the how it was IBM PC or IBM PC compatible, which then became the standard for the PC. The personal computers, I do think that is the fairer term, had more, had a lot easier. It was a lot easier to copy them because of the fact that the medium some of these games came on were inherently a copyable medium. So if you brought out your game on a floppy disk, that was absolutely something easily copied by the hardware at the time. If you brought it out, no. I do need to remember not to to go off on that too much, and that did not give me the fin I wanted. I do need 6 of them, so that's a ton. Probably some more as well, but... Okay, let's pick up another one here. Oh yeah, I'm missing still a stone fist. Let's enjoy some airtime. Do I have a better weapon already? It's not necessarily what I'd call a better weapon. I cannot upgrade what I currently have. Can I? Ah, it's a nice name. Emerald Beater. Please forge me one of those, and I'll be immediately giving it back to upgrade. Yeah, why not? Yeah, still the best option. Hyper Astalos Scale. I mean, why not? It's a high rank quest. It's not exactly what I set out. But I am not that deep in my preparations yet, so switching is not going to be a big issue. Let us go fight... Let us go fight one here. Faceless, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Welcome in, I hope you're having a good day. Okay, I cannot. Damage should not be any issue, any major issue at least. Although he is hyper, maybe I should take that into... He is going to be hyper because I do need to fight him in a hyper form in order to get these scales. Ooh, they are using AI in code. Yes, that is my experience as well with AI code. It is resulting in a huge mess, a huge technical debt, and I mean, come on, guys. I don't even like, okay, fair enough, I may not be a games developer, but I find that using AI code makes a mess of your code and makes it completely... makes those scraps absolutely unusable, short or long term. Don't need that anymore. it's unfortunate to hear that they do that. What that means for me is that I'm expecting that the initial release is going to be fair, and then yeah, but if you don't know how your code works, how are you going to be correcting bugs that are going to be introduced by AI? It's not a sustainable practice. And additionally, from AI is not going to last forever. The current AI has very strong limits. Yeah, absolutely. I am not a fan of AI art in any form. Mainly because I do think that it is unethically sourced. I mean, if you had an ethical training source, I might not be the biggest fan, but my biggest complaint about it would absolutely be, well, my biggest complaint would be gone. My second biggest complaint about it not being ecologically sustainable, or probably not ecologically sustainable. They don't really want to address that properly. Well, and then there's still the fact that I don't think that it, at least short term, is economically sustainable. And the fact that model collapse with enough AI input data is an inevitability. So yeah, I do find it to be a big fad of anything, unfortunately breaking a lot of things in the meantime. But if at least AI art would be ethically sourced, that would be my biggest issue gone. But I am also not going to go out of the way, due to the fact that I know that model collapse is looming, that I'll be crusading against it hard. But it of course does put a big question on the technical capabilities of the team. It does put a question of sustainability of the code base, and how well or how easy then it becomes for them. Perhaps that was far too early. To change features and to patch bugs. It is unfortunate. I think I'll still be giving the demo a go, but yeah, I do now expect either not a lot of changes anymore till, or at least the speed of change to diminish quickly over time until either the project stalls or gets released in a dubious state. Something else I absolutely feel that makes currently, or with our current models, rather, AI use for games absolutely... Well, it shouldn't not just only be for games. I mean, every code should run well, should be optimized, and AI code is anything but optimized code. Which, for Windows, is annoying, for a game can be deal-breaking. Absolutely getting bonked about here. You make labs with AI. I'm not sure exactly what you mean with that. Could you please elaborate? Okay. No, that is fine. Thank you for elaborating. Me having done physics, theoretical physics, with computer simulations, labs for me are lab work. So I did want to have that clarified. So yeah, I am not sure why learning how to use AI and how to set up AI models is, I think, reasonable for market expectations, but I don't think it's a good idea to skip the basics and immediately jump over to yeah, it's a coding class. In that case, you should learn coding and not how to work AI. Oh, bloody hell, he's demanding that you bring AI code. I have no idea. If I were teaching a coding class, it's so much easier to correct a coding class homework than it is basically anything else. And Kimley, sorry, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday, and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Welcome in. Thank you. My Saturday so far is good. I'm having a good Saturday. A bit stressing out over the event starting the week after next, but good. Okay. How to use a longsword. Give me some minutes to think. Hyper Astolos scale, that is good. Not sure how many I need for the upgrade. We'll see. Most common combos. Okay, I can do that, no problem. Let me just go into a harvest tour and I can... And I can do that. So, longsword, I'd say positioning-wise... I have not. Is that a private server for the first game? Or Monster Hunter for the OG? Frontier. No, not yet. I was trying to find some time, but as it currently looks, I will not have the chance until August at least. So, main combos are there. So there is the double slash for the start, and if I do draw, that's usually what I use. Then you have the infinite combo. Let me showcase it as an infinite combo, where after the downward slash you stab forward and you can continue. I usually don't use it all that much because I usually roll about and reposition. As long as you can hit the monster and either charge your... Okay. Of course, they die too quickly to really do much. So if you have a monster in front of you and you have gauge, it's a good idea to mix some of the spirit combo in, and what I usually do is that I fade slash either out of the combo or that I let the basic combo finish up. Again, I'm not showing this in the best way possible. Please give me a second. Longsword did have Spirit Gauge and Slash ever since the first game it came. Since the first game it was released in, which would be Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, which is where I really got into the series and why I say that from the beginning Longsword has been DOS introduced. I know it from... Dual blades came in those. In those, yes, but... Okay. I now understand why I feel Freedom 2 is the game. Monster Hunter DOS was not originally released in Europe, and so my first contact with it was Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. And that is where I know the longsword originated from in the series. But it actually was a weapon class in DOS, so you are correct. My bad. So, second game featuring the longsword is the game that I picked up and used it. Yeah, but to a degree you can always say that Freedom 2 being the portable version of, like, the second generation portable version is it is considered second generation as well, so maybe not quite the same, but I consider it second gen. Yeah. I don't really... I wanted to bring some equipment in here. Okay. I have watched some, but not all of it. Welcome back, Tira. I hope you... I'm guessing you had another quick nap? Please, if you didn't and you feel like I shouldn't have jumped to that conclusion, please correct me. No. That's what I now need to do. Okay. I'll have something to eat so I can showcase more like how I'm used to. So, now that I can charge my spirit gauge properly here, let's do it and then showcase... actually, not quite the area I was expecting. That's fine. Okay. Sorry, guys. You will have to do. So, don't want you to be messing me up. There is a lot of personal preference there, and I'm not saying that one is better than the other. Maybe some just clicked better with you than another one, and so yeah, don't worry about it. Abiri, the hunts are going fine, and I'm doing a quick showcase for Kimley, who asked me about longsword. So, how I usually do it is that I come in, do some spirit slash combo, either complete it or fade step out, like I showcased in this case. And I will need to find some more monsters. Or I finish the combo and then fade step or roll out and then come back to engage. Hey, we have a Celtus. You are going to be a decent target. So, having seen an opening here, I took a few slashes of the combo. One of the complications here is in the Adept style is the insta-evade. That makes it more than just wanting to come out. So this is the full spirit gauge combo. I don't have the slash at the end due to my Adept style. And then taking the overhead slash, spirit slashes, depending on what the monster is doing. Yes, but this set is what I consider the basic combo set. As it was introduced in Freedom, in those, in Generation 2, basically. That is why, for me, this is not of any major issue. But there is a force hit in the spirit combo that then charges up your color. Originally, it didn't have the color bar, it just had the spirit gauge, which increased your sharpness, and by that increased your damage by 1 step. Which is actually really useful, because it means that the longsword was a weapon that could cut through some of the monsters that parts of monsters that no other weapon could cut through. That is a feature though that they have removed. So I substituted the Sakura Slash for the last swing there. In general, I find that while it has, as I said, this infinite combo, it is not something you'll be using very often. You'll be interspersed these, and then depending on what the monster does, rolling out or sidestepping out in order to keep your distance and keep a good position. In Adept, you do want to be mindful to use advantage of the attacks you can take advantage of, and then come back for the hammer slash to load up your weapon, of course. Which Celt is, I understand, not necessarily the best example of. Especially not with the level of damage I am doing. And Cher, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Saturday. Welcome in. I would say yes. You can use only a single weapon for all of the monsters. Especially with Adept, Uragaan is actually a lot of fun with a longsword, since a lot of the area attacks that make him so annoying, as well as Gravios, you can just use to your advantage. But that being said, I have always mainly used longsword for anything and everything. My current Freedom Unite file doesn't quite reflect it, but I do have my old guild card, even though I don't have the save file from it, which is more diverse, but still biased heavily. No, maybe not heavily, but it's still biased. Let me see if I can find that. There are a few. So yeah, I definitely have preferences. But I have come to understand that the weapons I do not like quite as much are more because I never really got into it. So I mean, it looks better because I have been using a few weapons, more weapons recently, so this view doesn't look so bad. I mean, until you zoom out and you see, how I played Prowler enough to finish all of the original Generations quests and to get the award. And then a little bit. I've been trying to finish all of the quests up, but haven't really gotten to that. Yeah, it's currently my only zero remaining. I do plan on changing that. You really enjoy Prowler, which I know I do say it quite often, but I am really happy that you do enjoy it. It's okay. I think it depends. I think there is the curve doesn't. Yeah, absolutely, it is. But and I don't enjoy Prowler personally all that much, but I can absolutely understand if that other people will absolutely enjoy it. So, and I have no idea where I put the picture I am looking for. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but I generally don't use very much. Abiri, I've been a longsword player ever since Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. My For You card looks like that. 3 portable, 3 you. I haven't played so much, but it looks like this. My World, Rise, and Wild card looks like this. Wild might even be worse, so that might not have used anything else. Same for World, actually, now that I think about it, but yeah, basically very, very biased towards longswords. It's a 1,000-hour file. I usually only have a single save file for each of the games. Healeaf is your Prowler. You used to build, so you used it to build your Prowlers of it. Is Longsword easy mode? For me, yes it is. But I mean, I have so much experience with the longsword that of course I'm going to be feeling that the other weapons are less... They are less intuitive with how much experience I've built up with the longsword. I think for Monster Hunter you need to find your own style. How do you like to play? What weapon best supports that? Maybe you are flexible and you enjoy playing a lot of different things, which is absolutely fair. Bow isn't fun until Adept. Well, I'll be honest, I do use the bow for 2 things. Well, depending on how you count it, 3 things or 1 thing. I hunt all my Fatalis in Freedom Unite with a bow, and in Freedom Unite I would have a longbow count, not a longbow, a light bowgun count, because I am using it to fight Lavasioth. There's an exploit you can do in Freedom Unite where there's a corner of the map on the volcano where the Lavasioth cannot physically reach no matter what he does, and so you can just stand there, evade all his long distance stuff, and just shoot him full of pierce holes. That is absolutely fine. there is no reason to be like, yeah, if you have a weapon that you find really helps you to in any stream with the fluidity and being able to talk to chat properly, then use it. There is no rule that you need to use a weapon that makes your work harder for you. Well, I can showcase a quick lava seoth. Although not with a light bowgun, I have. One, the spot doesn't. Well, I could I could quickly switch to Freedom Unite and just go gun one. But if I showcase him here, I'm going to beat him adept style with the long sword. Hammer, I think is maybe best learned with fighting crabs. Hunting horn, yes, it's fun. Yes, it's fun, and I do want to try to learn it more, get the songs correct, but I'm not there yet. Okay, there you are. Afro is a way of life. And again, if you do want to see him gunned afterwards in Freedom Unite, I can quickly do that as well. My main experience with hunting horn more than GU would be Freedom Unite. There are some changes. I wouldn't say it's not fun in any of them, but I have little experience personally speaking to that. Well, leaving the self-proclaimed not biased apart, it is a really strong weapon, and it is a really, if played well in a, especially in a bigger lobby, it is a fantastically good weapon. So but let me put it like that. I definitely do not have the skill to play the hunting horn as you do, Chair. I don't think that the double note system is a big problem. Not getting a double note, I don't think is terrible. Yes, you do want them since they are making your life a lot easier. But I think you don't, if you are still learning the hunting horn, you can still be very useful to your party without being that consistent in it. As well, if you know your songs a little bit, and if you do know how to wield it to attack and do properly, I do think that it is not a bad weapon at all, and you can learn the intricacies over time as with any other weapon as well. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. Aberi, I find, and you might realize that if I am not having an active lobby currently with viewers, I am playing solo, have done so for ages, even playing all of the 3 modern ones solo, i.e. World, Rise and Wilds, and using a longsword without any hunting horn support. Doesn't mean it's bad. On the contrary, I've come to realize how good a well-played longsword can actually be. Not longsword, a hunting horn can be, but I'm not missing it enough to really go hammering it in. Absolutely. Two evasion a bit. Yeah, okay, you could do that. I do play my what Lila have played of the longhorn, of the hunting horn in adept style, because that currently gives me the oh, bloody hell. That's not middle first. It does. It has massive iframes. Really allowing you to reposition and do all kinds of shenanigans. I mean, I think what Adept is basically unchanged from its form in the base game. Not as far as I know. As far as I know, Adept hasn't changed. Okay, can we play bait? No, not anymore. He wants to move. That's fine. But after an evasion, you have a massive amount of iframes to either get into a new position or to run away. Iberi, thank you very much for leaving a follow. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. So yeah, longswords, as you can see, a bit of combo, then rolling away. Especially because no monster really stays to get hit by that infinite combo. I think that... Okay, now of course I'm screwing it up. What Chair is referring to is the adept evasion. Come on, this one. That gives you comparably a massive amount of iframes until you do something. To a degree, I don't see that that is necessarily wrong. Let me just... Okay. I do need to focus on the combat a little bit here. Okay. Despite that nudge, it's not too bad. Okay, angry again. But it's a dead fish out of lava. Even if it does force me to drink a few more potions, it's not going to have good luck here. That is a question that Chair will need to answer. I'm not that experienced with the hunter arts for the hunting horn. For the longsword, though, for how I play, my favorite one is Sakura Slash. Just get in, do some more damage, get your bar up a level. Hello, welcome in, Stingerman. I hope you're having... And Iberia, did I properly welcome you in? I hope I did. I'm forgetting now. But Stingerman, I hope you're having a fantastic Saturday and hope you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Saturday to come. Welcome in. Hunting horn, but the dodge plays. I'm not exactly sure what you mean with that. I am doing good, thank you. Had a good Saturday. Busy morning, but good. Thank you for that assessment, but I am not sure I can agree, but I will take that under consideration. And also thank you for... I'm sorry for missing that, the posture check. But yeah, there's not too much I need to do. Sorry, I was too concentrated on trying to showcase everything at the same time. I would say for any hunting horn, I'm decent average at it. Well, but although the average might have raised so much that is overselling, overselling what I can do with it. But a hunting horn. I'm not sure if I can 100% comply with what you want. For my selection of hunting horns is still limited. Okay. I'll see if I have anything, either I can get up to a point or that does that, but I have to first... Heavy metal bagpipes, starter one. Okay. Is this the start? Is this the... Not sure. I'm guessing actually no. They should keep most of it. Probably not the first one. Petrified horn. Is that... No, this is obsidian horn. I hope I have everything I need. Let me have a look. I don't mind doing these. Nargacuga. Okay, there's a lot. Which, fair enough. Not sure why you want to keep these. Probably because I haven't messed them up too badly yet. Let's see how far I can push this one. Not as far as I would want. I have not yet done that, at least. Okay, I'm not 100% happy with how where we are right now. Could be. Do I have a list of songs? Not really. Guess I will have to try it then. Okay, that doesn't change. Missing red. So I need purple, red, orange. It's the only horn with those properties that I actually have. Okay. I'm going to hunt a low rank monster with it. I do still need to practice it as well. I am not, again, from my perspective, although in this case it may be useful, but as far as I know, that the more you're trying to stack attack ups, the less useful they become. I'm not exactly sure. For example, if I am bringing a attack up large from here, I can show the songs available. No idea where it is, though. Do I have it here, or do I have it only available in the quest? Status? equipment. Equipment, there we have it. Self-improvement, attack boost, negate knockback. Been... Okay, I am losing these ones. That is actually not useful. Okay. I'd say if you get the notes together, yes. Okay. Let's take an opponent that at least is giving me a good practice for my hits in as well. Yeah, and in which case I do think you have more than enough time to get another one running. It's probably the only one that can do that from all of my hunting horns at the moment. And I'm not sure I have enough, well, I'm pretty sure I have enough room that I don't have the opportunity to bring it for every, to get others with the same properties. Okay, and I do need to see which attack does which note again. Okay, that is purple. Okay, what style am I in? I have the feeling maybe not adept. I'm using guild style for this one. Yeah, I should have just looked at the bottom. Well, I need to do what I can now. Sorry about that. Okay, that is a red. That is not what I needed. I did self-improvement twice, yes. Oh, that's troublesome. Does finale count as an encore? Or is finale... Okay. Let me try to set it up. Orange, red, orange. Oh, okay. Not sure if that was successful. But yeah, it does seem to at least partially work. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm getting knocked around quite a bit here. Okay, let's try this again. One more orange. One. Well, thank you for letting me know, but it is not something I do feel great in. Especially with okay, that's a broken tail. And that's a double red. Okay. Okay, that is the encore, I think. Or that was an encore. That is not something... That's not a mechanic I knew from Freedom Unite, so I hadn't been using it in my... Or not knowingly you've been using it before. Yeah, okay, I'm not terrible, mayhaps. But I'm also not at a great level yet. Okay, warming effect. It's been a while. Sort of your attack inst up. So I lost my attack up. Is that what happened? I'm sorry, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I would not have realized that. I'll try to charge it, but I don't think I'm getting enough time in with him again to do that. Okay, I did. Oh, attack up automatically has the... If I play for attack up, I wasn't aware of that. That's actually good to know. And now that I play attack up again, I do see how they are how they are layered in each other. Okay, so you need double notes in order to be able to play an encore. I think it was pretty obvious that I am not an habitual hunting horn player. I do understand what you mean. So if I have all double notes for a song, then I afterwards can play an encore. And if I do not, if I am missing them, I can't. That probably means I can't play an encore. No? Interesting. Okay, yes. So if I can play the encore, I'm immediately going up to 20% attack up? Is that it? Okay, okay, I do see. Okay, so that is still something different. Interesting. Okay, there's two things I now wanted to take care of. The one, in order to go crab hunting, was a hammer. Okay. Okay, I think I see. Hunting horn, that is up to 9 then. Fair enough, I did mistake that. So let me go adept with invigoration. I'll be going for the weapon again. I'm guessing that if you're setting yourself up correctly, yes you can. Let's go hunt the jumpy ape again, while it may not be the strongest, especially in low rank. So a window in which you can abuse it. I'm not exactly sure that's how it is working. From what I played before, I'm not sure exactly that is how invigoration is working. It feels more like if you hit the timing correctly, maybe. But yeah, you would really good timing. Again, depending on how long the window is, that is not impossible. But it does not feel like that is how it actually works. Well, even having that small evasion at the beginning of your step of your songs plus the plus everything else, I'm not sure Hunting Horn needs it. It's not bad. It's not hard to dodge, that is true. Oh, no, I have eaten though. Have I not gotten my attack up from eating? Yeah, that would be how that goes, and I completely missed how the combi works. Okay, so I do see the two evades there. That is fair enough, but I think that Longsword got a lot of additional things in Rise that it didn't really need. Can I have it? Okay, that is very handy if you can use it correctly. I got lucky there. Yeah, that was one of the evades when he came in when I went from the first play into the Encore. And I am not great at this. But I need to play songs after an evade too. No, that's not what you meant. And I currently don't have Invigoration active. Okay, I see what you mean. Not sure I'll manage to do it. Let me charge up a song here. I think I will be taking Invigoration though, while we are trying to chase the ape down the mountain. Yeah, I don't want you in the trap now. You mean like this? Okay, I think I have found a style for how I do want to keep playing the horn in the future. Invigoration is active at the moment. To a degree, but you had the run up in order to get some distance and position you well for to get it in. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. Yep, absolutely I do like Invigoration. Definitely keeping that with a normal Adept dodge. Might not need to use it for the recitals, but I see that somebody with more skill playing the hunting horn than me can absolutely abuse that. No mining spot up there. Okay, let's pick up some bones here. I don't think the timing is necessarily harder than any Adept timing. Fair enough. I do think that that last engagement went really nicely. But yeah, now that I know how Invigoration makes me move a little, I was trying to use it as I use Adept in another circumstance, and it seems to work. Of course, I will need more practice and I will screw up in the future. But I was pretty happy with that. Okay. So I have two things I need. Let me check on them. Or didn't I go fetch the hammer needs already? I went to fetch what my hammer needed. Very nice. And I'm missing hyper shards. Okay. Maybe not the best hammer yet, but good enough that I'm going to be enjoying it, using it against a crab. And hello, Magic. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great Saturday so far and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic continuation of your Saturday. Oh, that is... that... I can understand how that would be annoying. A little bit surprising, though. Well, I don't think it's only Twitch. But I will... You know what? Let me put down a reminder and I can... I'll be putting up the clip in for a YouTube upload, not in a vertical shorts format, and you can download it and redistribute it as you see fit. Okay, it's looking good. Despite the problems, I'm happy to hear. Okay. So it's not the mightiest of crabs. I only need a level 4. But it is still going to allow me to practice my hammer a little more. Water is not a huge weakness of the armor, although strengthening it even a little bit is always nice. Onto Cephadrome second. Yeah, no. I needn't worry too much. I can face him like this. Okay, you are the Cephadrome. Hydrate. Sorry, I didn't immediately see it, but thank you very much. I know I'm complaining on a high level, but screen real estate is really at a premium. Eat out every day? Seriously, it's not. I don't think I'd eat out every day. Well, No. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Come on, open up. Which bloody style am I in? Oh, I switched over to them. Sorry, I'm going to restart this. I'm going to switch over to Adept. Okay. Those two things will make it less enjoyable by a lot, and especially in dorms sharing a kitchen, I can understand how it would be troublesome. Okay, let's do this again. Same crab, but properly set up, so to say. Only 2 burners as well for a dorm. Ah, that is even more annoying. If you want to cook anything of any complexity, 4 is a necessity. 4 boilers is a necessity, in my opinion. And the no oven part is also not... is also not great. Seriously, I think in that situation I would miss 2 boilers the most. But then again, I probably won't be cooking as big as I currently am if I were living in a dorm. I don't think a lot of people would appreciate an hour or so where the kitchen is basically... where I'm basically all in on the kitchen. Well, at one point there comes a moment where you will have to do them unless you're living off paper plates and plastic cutlery. But if that was the case, you wouldn't say that you still haven't done the dishes. I can see the appeal. But I think from a feel, I would always prefer eating off ceramic plates. Not sure what you mean with Suxy. Oh, Switch Axe. Is it Switch Axe you mean? Okay. And now that I think about it, none of the shortcuts for Switch Axe are especially good. Just lettering it like you do with a longsword is... It's not... Yeah, that's the problem. That a lot of people would say that that doesn't stand for Switch Axe. In the context, though, I would have immediately gone, oh, Switch Axe. Oh, bloody hell, I'm going to get... I'm not getting watered. No, I'm not playing Switch Axe right now. I'm playing Hammer. Hammer in the aerial style. Not great, mind you, but... Although I'm not sure if how much Tira would help, because she's mainly playing... rather could help, sorry. Because she is mainly playing Prowler. Yeah, but if you can do it, and especially in a team, it can be very strong. Bloody hell, I haven't had a stamina issue like that for a non-draining weapon in ages. Okay, and that stunned him, so I can go for... I could go for the claw there. And it's... still an unhappy crab. Oh, you... And he has... returned. Krabby, as in the Pokemon, has an attack stat of 150. I am so annoyed by that. I was not aware of that. But then I don't mind base stat totals quite as much. That Chefferdrum is so annoying here. But... I'm going to risk it, sharpen, eat, and then follow the big crab. Hopefully for a few minutes of peace with the crab. Okay, I forgot that aerial does not give you the same amount of invulnerability Adept would give you. That's a good crack. Okay, that's a second mount. That should allow me to take care of the claw now. You bloody Chephalos are going to leave the crab alone. Okay, the only solution I have for that, don't jump before he does that. Okay, probably playing the hammer too aggressively. But then, from everything I do know, hammer is supposed to be played aggressively. And I'm bloody getting hit by the Chefferdrome. Are you... you should not have hit that, you bloody... cheat. Okay, at least the back is completely broken. And the crab has had enough. Yeah, as for Pokemon, I haven't... I think Black and White was the last ones I really played a lot. And then... Black and White was like okay, but not... It didn't feel for me as some of the older games did, and I lost interest since. I've tried a few more. I really enjoyed Alpha Ruby. Yeah, Alpha Ruby Omega Sapphire. But oh, okay. I like 1, 2, 3, 4 is Diamond Pearl. Gold, Silver, Diamond, Pearl, X, Y, Sun, and Moon. So my favorite one is Gold, Silver. There is a fantastic fan remake. No, I don't want to say remake because they kept the original. They kept everything original, but they changed some stuff around to give a better level curve and a better experience overall. Legacy Crystal, fantastic version. But I also enjoyed the Heart Gold Soul Silver remakes. Yeah. I think yeah, Gold and Silver my favorite, then Ruby Sapphire, Pearl, and Red Blue, basically nostalgia because it is where I started and I still have a fond spot for it. Although Leaf Green, the Leaf Green Fire Red versions are the stronger ones for replays nowadays. Yeah, and Diamond Pearl was the last game that I really feel is top of the class. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 are basically the generations I like the games from. and remakes. Although the Diamond remake is, because of its chibi style, I find much less enjoyable than others. But if you don't enjoy them, that's always personal preference. And I'm not saying you can't enjoy what I don't enjoy. Yeah. Out of Link's Awakening, there's also a remake for that. The remake is okay play-wise. I much prefer, if I can, to play the older one. Just... yeah, the style is annoying. I'm not even sure if annoying is the correct way to put it, but the style of the remake is just clashing with my memory. Maybe that's the best way to describe it. Okay, and that means heavy bowgun. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I did enjoy Heart Gold Soul Silver quite a lot. Again, I think the best version actually, especially if you prefer the older look, maybe to try the Crystal Legacy version. It's not playable on Switch, or so you do need an emulator for it, but I do think that as an overall package, it does upgrade a few things in the sense of user experience and ease of play and dealing with the level curve that is problematic in the original version, and I do think it makes a great job of putting it together as you remember it playing, leaving the old graphics, of course, intact. And yeah, I do enjoy both the the remakes and the original versions of this of these games. And again, you are absolutely allowed to tell me that you disagree, that I am wrong. Hunting Horn 12. We'll be absolutely doing that. Ooh, I have a little bit more, but not enough to push it. Oh yeah, and the fact that you can't remember the locations well from memory, I do think is a good reason to say I prefer the older one. How it looks, how it felt, how I remember it. There is very rarely a correct or a wrong version. That is, a lot of that is very much personal preference. I need a pyro scale, a hyper pyro scale. That needs to be a Hyper Uragan. Yeah, why not? And although it is not Pokemon, I do have similar moments with the Final Fantasy VII remakes. Fair enough, it's another timeline, but still, it is annoying me that, one, they did do so big changes to the narrative, because the remasters in the minds of many is going to overwrite the old game, which you shouldn't do if you... No. It's something that annoys me. And the arrogance then to be like, yeah, but I like it better this way. I mean, you do have a... I think, even as a company, you do have the necessity to preserve your games for posterity. And if that means you do want to remake a game, do it properly. And same that I'm so annoyed when a game has the same name as an original one. Seriously, not only the chibi stuff, but the changes they did for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Stop it. You call it remake. You have the game. Fair enough. Most of the people playing it have played the original. They know the twist. It's not going to be a surprise, but stop it. Remake the game, and then you can do another spin-off, call it Final Fantasy Alternative Timeline or something like that, and go with that. Same for Persona 3 Reloaded. That's the reason I'm playing the portable version at the moment, because you don't go and change characters in a remake like that. It's like, just stop it, guys. And you can see they don't understand. Either they don't understand it, or they feel like the player needs to be able to do more. They need to have more influence, and sometimes, no, a character needs to be able to develop on their own. I just... It's weekend, it's Monster Hunter time. I shouldn't be going off on rants for other games. But you have some really good remakes. I like the Oblivion one. I like the StarCraft Remastered, because they really just kept the game, and they really kept what made the game so good and gave it a fresh coat of paint. That's good, but so many people then feel they need to dabble, and as I already said, and I'm going to try and hold back after this. One, your new game is going to replace the old game for a lot of people. Two, if you do call it a remake and not a remaster and not a remake, or they call it those two terms are too close. They can't help but mess stuff up. And very seriously, I don't think you need to... I don't think you need to be pushing stuff and changes because it doesn't fit the modern because it doesn't fit... because it's not modern enough or anything like that. I mean, you do have a need for preservation, and that I had a similar discussion like before with Doom and Doom 2016 sharing the same name, and more people adding the date onto Doom 93 rather than 2016, where the 2016 one should get the distinction from the original, because otherwise we're burying the original, and that is something that, as you may see, is rattling my cage a little bit. And I'll have a lot more in... so not next Monday, but the week after that, when I start my History Summer. I have a lot more to say about that. And that is also something I do want to say, I'm not a huge physical retro collector. I don't have the space or really the resources to get into that, and time. Mostly time, though, as a resource. And but I do think that it is less important than for some other arts to have necessarily a physical recollection. I'm not saying it's not important, but since the games are mostly digital and the experience is not that badly influenced by whether you're using original hardware or not, I do think that it is less important than... Bloody hell, I'm getting hammered by the chin again. Luckily, the chin wasn't hyper at the moment. And so, yeah, I do think that emulation is a fair way to experience these old games. Although I can also understand people that say that there is some influence from the hardware, from the controllers and all of that, and that also needs to be preserved. But my main counterpoint to that would be that it would be easy, or it is easy, to make old games accessible to everybody nowadays. And that is, in my opinion, more important for the preservation of these games, especially also in a cultural context, than the purity of the hardware, so to say. But unfortunately, too many people don't, or that companies don't see the value of what they created, because, and that may be not too widely shared, but I do think that the original Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VI and 9, 8 as well, although that is definitely too complicated for a child to understand what is really going on, and I can imagine that a lot of people who only played it as a child don't have too fond memories of it. Well, the first disc may be fine, but the second disc can be a mess, what they are trying to go into. But if you then say, okay, we are going to remake it and take all of that stuff out, you are losing you're losing a lot of what Final Fantasy VIII is. And the same for Final Fantasy VII, that if you do take out certain things or change events, add Zack back in, I mean, what were they thinking? It is not the same game, it's not telling the same story, and the original gets lost. And that is something I don't want to happen. It's also one of the big reasons I would want to see GU on PC, and officially on PC with a safe transfer. Okay, that is mainly because I don't want to play another. I don't want to need to play another 1800 hours, because it's only it's not adding the time I spent in GU, which is another 700 hours thereabout, to get to this point. But I do think it important that this style of Monster Hunter doesn't get forgotten, and at one point the hardware will not be working anymore. Stuff will overheat. There's no compatible Bluetooth adapters anymore. There's no... And then... 12 years of history from 2004 until 18, so 14 years. I think the Ultimate version came out in 18. I can be mistaken though. I'm not sure on this. Will be forgotten because it's not easily accessible anymore. And I would already argue that it being Switch exclusive doesn't make it easily accessible at the moment. But that's probably a whole other argument that I may not need to get into at the moment. Okay, I hope I get the pyro scales I need in the quantity I need. And Okay. Nope. Didn't get anything. But I did get a lot of talismans. Let me have a look. Jump. Boiling magma has the best chances. Now that I'm looking at it, let's do that next. And I'm thinking that I feel like a lot of people don't, especially children as they grow up, don't have any contact with older games, which I don't think is a good thing. But I think it's the same problem that, for example, cinema has. If your parents aren't very knowledgeable or interested in cinema, there's not going to be a big push for to watch older movies. And while that may sound harsh, I do feel like society loses out on a cultural memory doing that, and ultimately things are going to be lost that were for the longest time taken for granted by the virtue of the fact that slowly but surely they're just forgotten. And I really don't think that is good. You don't need to be knowledgeable about everything, but knowing the history and the feel of it, especially because I do think that a lot of old games still hold up today. Not everything, of course, and some better than others, but stuff like, let's say, Mario Bros. 3, fair enough, the original Zelda, Metroid, not so well. It still achieves what it set out to do, but I can see that the lack of features that have been introduced make it hard to play going back, but going forward, I don't know. And I don't have a solution, but I do feel that I do feel that it is too readily forgotten, if that makes sense. Not sure if it does. Do I need these 2 elite blades? Do I need this one? Let me have a quick look, because what I would replace them with are these, and these are, that's element. Okay. Not going for that immediately then. Yeah, but I did not get the pyro scale that I needed for the hunting horn. I'm so used to. I need to get rid of that. Muscle memory Betty. It's in the dunes. Let's put in dunes for now. Hope they're going to bring me the monster broth I need. And then we have the event quest. A jump one, boiling magma. Okay. I think with our so many preservation projects, people who are deeply invested in something, or who feel strongly about the interest, about their interest in a subject, like gaming, movies, art in general, those people, of course, will be wanting for you to be able to, for everybody to remember the old classics. And then we're talking about which classics? Japanese classics, American classics, European classics. Definition, what is a classic? What? Yeah. It's not an easy discussion, but I think it's an important discussion, especially if the industry, in this case, the gaming industry, is sometimes, I feel, actively trying to bury things. And while it is one of the things that I don't mind saying that I appreciate Capcom for, is that they are not constantly releasing remakes or remasters of older games, although they're not innocent. I do think that remasters or remakes, especially remakes, are a lot less useful. Okay. Running right into the slam. Are a lot less useful than one might want. And I know that we did talk about the Pokemon remasters before, where I did say, yes, I did enjoy them. But I also do understand that the graphical changes and so on do make it a different game. And that some of the essence of the original has been lost. And that it is absolutely something which also requires preservation, not only as in a the games are still able to be played, but also in a cultural sense. And to a degree, I do find it unfortunate that much of the industry did not value preservation very much. Fair enough, the very early days are still quite different with the with how much memory costs and the availability of memory, but it is, out of all the industries, probably the only industry that had it the easiest to keep a record of what they had created. And the Rift Wizard, hello, welcome in. I hope you are having a fantastic Saturday and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic continuation of your Saturday. And I do apologize for not welcoming you in immediately. I did want to finish that thought. I absolutely understand what you mean, but I think that argument only is a more recent argument. In the beginning, it wasn't as corporate as it is now. And some people did always take pride in their work and kept copies, even if only privately for themselves. But in general, there was never feeling the need to, even as an artist's pride, because as I did say, I do think that the gaming industry has had the easiest time to be preservationist from the beginning. And we do see that on Steam or so, a lot of the older games are still turning a profit, because any money you do now is additional profit. So I do feel that while, yes, there is the profit aspect for the big corporations, I do feel that because it is digital, because it is so much easier to distribute than basically anything else. A hand-painted painting, there's always basically only one in the world of, even if the artist does create the same motif, with the same colors, there are going to be differences in these two paintings that are not present in a digital copy. And fair enough, earlier console generations would have had a very hard time to remain compatible between each other. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it feels like, well, it feels like an opportunity lost, and while we probably have lost less games overall than probably any other form of art, with maybe the exception of cinema. But even there, we probably have lost a lot that is now irretrievably lost forever. And in my opinion, in my estimation, more of that than for less of that than for cinema has been lost in games. Okay, I did want to take a check. What is the oh, bloody hell. Wound body part. Okay, I'm not getting that then. And also, and that is something which maybe more people have forgotten than just the big corporations. There is value to art that goes beyond a mere monetary value. And it is something that a lot of the AAA companies have absolutely forgotten. But which is also not something we ought to just brush aside as unimportant and irrelevant. In the same way that old paintings should and are being preserved. I think it's important to do the same for games, and some of the... And I'm going to criticize some games, for example, bloody Mixtape. I don't see that as a genuine effort to add to games and to the culture that has developed. It is more... To a degree, you could say it's a cynical cash grab, a playing on nostalgia, but I don't think that is all, because, and that is a question that I am myself asking, and I'm not sure about that, because there are inaccuracies in that how the 90s are portrayed. The cassettes are wrong. There's a few things that is incorrect, and I can't even see everything because it's very clearly an American, at least middle-class suburban nostalgia experience, but technically there are things that did not work in the way they are portrayed, and I can't help but ask myself if that maybe was not on purpose. That it was, yes, cheap nostalgia bait, but also trying to rewrite history. And yes, I do know that I should not equivalate that I shouldn't use conspiracy as an explanation if it can equally well be explained with stupidity, at least not without proof. But it is a question I had on... I mean, there's enough videos out there, and it doesn't really need repeating. But it's not a game. It's at best, well, according to the strict definition of video game that I am using, it is a game, but it doesn't. It doesn't feel like it is not a good. It's. I'm trying to come up with how I can explain it properly. And yes, there is the idea of that it is more an interactive movie, which it feels like, but then again, feeling is not a definition. And according to the definition that I'm using, which I have taken from Ahoy, I think that maybe the big thing here that is intent. Is it because it is interactive? It's if intent was game. Well, no, it was made for entertainment, so that part of the definition is also. Well, at least it's a bloody terrible one. Okay. I do have the pyro scales for the hunting horn that I wanted to fetch. And as always, if I say something with which you disagree, please let me know. Or don't. That is your prerogative. But don't. Please don't feel like that is that your opinion is not valid. Rather, I would like to hear it and understand it, because perspective is always something that, at least usually, is very helpful in understanding how it worked and why ideas were important. And it either helps to clarify my position or sometimes persuade me that my position is indeed not as strong as I felt it was. Happens. I probably need more of these. Okay. Coming back to Monster Hunter for a while, I think it'll be Dread Queen, and then I'm probably going to be rambling on about video game and their history and where I feel it's getting. Is shafted the correct way to put it? At least not quite treated with the respect I would want to see. Less useful than I thought. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go take the Queen out of the sky and get more tickets in. And I did just have a thought as to some of the differences with the modern art of cinema and games compared to literature or, well, literature. Okay, let's leave literature apart, but the visual arts, painting, sculptures, and so on. There was a lot of commissioning going on, and then of course the person that paid to have a statue or a painting would take great pains to keep preserving it. It was not necessarily in the zeitgeist as much, because it was for a personal use rather than public display, but there was a lot more there that there was incentive by the people who got it to preserve it for myriads of reasons. And I'm really feeling... And of course, for cinema or for games, the consumer, because of the lower price of a cinema ticket or a game compared to a hand-painted painting or a sculpture, because the price is lower and it's more mass market, everybody is going to have a feeling of lower value. Although that is by now also not true anymore if we... Yeah. But yeah, no, there is that... This is a mass market commodity, both movies and games. The millions that are nowadays poured into creation of the big AAA games are still, for the development of a mass market product, more like a tool that if you have gotten its value from it, it is going to break or be discarded. Although the discarding of tools is also something that is not the same in every geographical area. You did not get me there. Oh, that was a dangerous poison. Bloody hell, I thought I had more health to get further. Oh well. I think my question would be, wouldn't an artist is a games producer and artist. A director for cinema and games, probably yes. A producer, maybe it's not quite the right word, but wouldn't the team want to keep a copy? Wouldn't they want? Because it's easily preserved on floppy disks and copied over and over again. Don't mind me, I am rambling a little. And of course I'm just jumping in and getting poisoned immediately again. Okay. And then again, yeah, I did say, and I do hold the opinion that the gaming community or the gaming culture probably has lost the least amount of media compared to any other art form. How many medieval tapestries that have been woven have disappeared? How many murals have faded or were destroyed in conflict? How many artworks have been deliberately destroyed, whether by the people holding them or new people coming in? To which, again, we are probably by far the ones that have suffered the least about that. Despite recent things where server-based games have been shut down, never to be playable again. Maybe it is not that young people coming into gaming don't know the history so much, or what it can do, although how many of those are playing Roblox and are caught in a frankly horrible ecosystem without I don't know. I wonder how many will be coming to resent the hobby because of the experiences they're making in that game. These things are, of course, terribly hard to predict, but the issue is that I cannot blame them per se for their lack of knowledge. And oh, if Roblox had been my first experience, would I have become the gamer I am today? Probably not. Then again, I have not made the experience, and as such, it's speculation at best. It may be more that the creators of... I'm going to throw Fortnite in there, of course, as well, because we do know that it was finely crafted to create an ecosystem which would trap people inside of it once they started with a lot of mechanisms that would not allow them easily to get away and experience other things. I think, and then of course with all the slop that it's as with other things, at least this is basically apolitical. There is Roblox, in my opinion, is something that is heavily damaging psychologically. We do have a court finding that even more soft, yeah, that even Facebook and so are considered to have been damaging and problematic to poor people, and that there is to a degree the need for reparations, although the amount the people can get is like tiny compared to it's hard in the sense, because especially in the sense that I'm not 100% clear myself yet on a few things. Exactly what my standpoint is, but I think the idea I was trying to get to minutes ago as I was starting the quest actually is that the... I'm not sure if keepers is the right word, but the people that are currently actively, well, not actively, is that the correct word? I'm not sure, but the people that are responsible for the new productions and active games at the moment have far too little respect for what games have done culturally, for their from their short history, their heritage, and are intending instead to completely kill it. I'm not sure if they do see it as a big of a threat that it needs removing, but at least a minimizing for their own product, which then again they are selling. I think that my main takeaway for myself is that the current industry has completely ran in focus into a single thing and completely forgotten that there is more, that there are other things that are also of import and that also require consideration, and are just focusing on purely an economical, monetary metric. Yeah, and I do consider that that is not something that is good generally culturally, if that makes any sense. We're at least losing perspective. Perspective in the sense that... Okay, that was the total. Bloody hell. So perspective in the sense that if somebody were to be able to remove a lot of the history, a lot of the framework for judging quality is then being lost as well. And that may... I'm trying to be careful here not to lean too far out of the window and say things that I cannot back up. But I do think that okay, I'll try an example. Let's take a game that don't necessarily want to jump to something like hugely obvious, but I'm not sure if I have a good choice here. Give me a second. Well, on one hand, I could take StarCraft, which to a degree is still one of... which at least competitively is still the best RTS on the market. Some people I know might argue that Supreme Commander either overtakes it or surpasses it, and I can see that argument. But that is for a different discussion. In general, in my opinion, I do think that no. Whether or not technically and gameplay-wise it would be the better esports is something that we do not need to discuss here, but I'm happy to entertain in other streams, especially during the upcoming event. So if you do have an opinion on that and you want to share it to me, that's the perfect moment to do so. But the big issue there is that StarCraft Brood War in its remastered form is still a very successful esports to this day. Supreme Commander, unfortunately, is not. Maybe it has been a lot more forgotten than it should have been. With that, I actually would agree, but popularity-wise, StarCraft is still... StarCraft Brood War is still the best. And when StarCraft 2 came out, it took a lot of popularity, but then after a while it went back to the old one. Now, though, is that... Blizzard? Bloody hell. They did do the remake. Wouldn't have... bloody hell. It's not like it didn't become a huge esport, but has waned in the meantime. And at least in the time, it never felt like Blizzard was trying to replace. Yeah, replace would be the correct word. To replace StarCraft 1, they just brought something new that... It also feels like, unlike later on with... with Overwatch, where they really tried hard to make a big esports out of it, that it was a lot more grassroots and just the game speaking for itself, being a good competitive game that allowed people to push forward. It did have the big issue that Blizzard was constantly meddling with it. And that instability definitely had an influence on how good it felt. Brood War is much more... you need to know what you're doing kind of game. Okay, I'm trying to make a little bit more money here, so please... keep with me while I'll try to go through here. Yeah, but now that I thought about it for 10 minutes, I do feel like my original question still remains valid. Had StarCraft 2 been intended to be a one-to-one replacement of the original Brood War, would it have been correct or incorrect to do that replacement? In my opinion, it would have been wrong. Because erasing the original from memory over long enough time, and that doesn't need that much time, at least not in the general population. Memory can be a lot shorter than a lot of people expect, and a lot more susceptible to targeted pressure to try and change those memories. Unless you're aware of that, and it's a complicated subject. But without memory of the old and an old standard, what are you going to be judging the new against? And how are you going to know that it was a good comparison rather than... Yeah, well, if you don't have anything to compare it against, you can't do comparisons. What I am trying to say, and that is something that a few people in the industry have said, not exactly in the same way, but being like that, a standout, complicated success should not be remembered and other things judged against it. They do want to be able to produce a lot of their current stuff into a vacuum and just have people hoover it up, unthinkingly praise and be happy about and pay for. Ugh. Again, I am looking forward to the upcoming event and the ability to be able to not only go through stuff day by day, but also to then take a look back and see, and probably have more direct direct things I can point out over the weeks where things did not quite go as they should have. Yeah, we're Stonefist 4. We don't need any 4 tickets anymore. Just cleaning this up a little bit here. It's not always easy subject. And I'm not trying to to dissuade anybody from thinking differently, but I do feel like that it's an industry, and yeah. There's a lot of issues to be had with a lot of people there. Okay, I think 1, maybe 2 more quests for today, and I will be just focusing on the hunts and not on something where I have better opportunities coming up to discuss it with examples and better details without me needing to have everything off the top of my head. Okay, doesn't matter too much for Drill Tusk what I am eating. Let's just get going. Let's see that we have the correct level. I do need level 4 tickets as the lowest. Are you serious? Yes, you're serious. Let's switch out a sword to a non-elemental one. Even if it just avoids Bloody Zamtrios being a little bit slower because he is strong against my carried element. Okay, Frozen Seaway. We do need to bring some hot drinks. Not a capture, it's not anything, and the both of them together are going to be annoying, but the cats will take care of that quickly enough. Let's go for the Zamtrios first before we take care of Tetsukabra. Okay. And that should be Zamtrios in area 2 on the right hand side of the map and Tetsukabra in the middle. So taken care of. Zamtrios will then leave us alone with Tetsukabra. Let's go add some color onto this beautiful fin. Well, should have rolled immediately. And as I said, I am going to much more focus on the quests now. Dread Queen did throw me about as much because I was splitting my focus onto 2 different things. Okay. Would have said that I either should have dodged that or okay, all in all, very nice cracks. course, that transformation is always unfortunate. Saw that coming far enough away. But I had to. Okay, getting buried there is actually to have been expected. And that's the end of Zamtrios, so now we can go look for Tetsukabra. Let's bring all of the shinies along with us. In the worst case scenario, they are a small amount of money, of which I do have a certain requirement with how much I am creating and upgrading in the Deviant department. Let me tell you, that's not for free. I want to say March, April, there around, I hit the maximum allowed amount of money. And ever since starting that grind, it's been quick. It's depending on how much money it is, I feel like very quickly I've been spending it very quickly. It's all good, and I have a lot more equipment now. But it did make me realize that I probably don't have enough money to even fill and that even with the money that I'll still be making for all the quests, probably won't have enough money to upgrade everything, and I do need to grind some money as well. For as long as I am continually losing money, that's a good crack. There we go. Ah, yes. Okay, that was not something I wanted to stand in. But there's an immediate difference in how a fight feels when I am focusing on it over trying to discuss a complicated topic. Not that I disliked it, but in the quality of the fight, there's a big difference. And while I do consider the previous fights passable by any definition, knowing that you could be doing so much better does sour it a little bit. One, yes, I do know they are weak, thank you very much, but two, we're not going to capture. Okay, warming effect has worn off, die. Okay. I did not want to drink another hot drink. Okay, there are the tickets. There is a lot of material. So, upgrade time, and then I can use one of them for my current project, not the other one. Okay. What did we need? That would be Gunlance and Switch Axe. And then we need another run at this level. Okay, that is level 5 for the Gunlance. No charge blade available, so Switch Axe is next. Only to level 4, but level 4 though, so the upgrade is made. And actually, no, that's not what I needed. I do need the box. Sort you over here. Okay. And with that, we have reached the end of today's stream. I hope you didn't mind my rants about certain things too much. If you didn't, there's a lot more of that coming up for the upcoming event in 2 weeks, the Summer History event. Looking really forward to it. It's going to take the same form as last year's summer event or the Christmas event, where I'm going to have long days, be playing a lot of different games, this time with a focus on the history. I do think that I will want to repeat that. This time it's mainly games that I judge to be good, and actually a lot of them still very, very probably and still enjoyable today, and probably worth a suggestion just to have a look at. Maybe if it's not your genre or anything, possibly not interesting, but I hope you understand what I mean. So that is upcoming starting on the 22nd. So yeah, a lot more discussion of stuff there, and I hope interesting. And if you do have any ideas, let me know, either in Discord or on Twitch. We'll be raiding out, so if you do have a suggestion for a raid out target, unless I'll have a quick look. Give me a second. If Jal Bagel is streaming, I do want to raid out to him once a week, and if he's streaming today, that may be... Okay, I haven't seen him. May not have had time today, so if you do have suggestions, please let me know in chat and I'll be taking it under consideration. So, as I already mentioned, the 22nd, the summer event, schedule and everything is incoming. We'll be going through quite a few things there. But next week is still normal, starting with with tomorrow to next week's Sunday. That schedule is going to be completely untouched. Afterwards, it's going to be probably a 9:45 Central European Summer Time to a 23 o'clock European Summer Time. Streams for quite a while, for 3 weeks and 3 days, basically. Again, the details will be coming up. The detailed schedule is coming up. Okay, so next week's schedule, up and including next Sunday, is going to be normal. So tomorrow, next Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be Monster Hunter time. Monster Hunter weekend, I'm going to be continuing as normal, probably starting out in GU on all 3 days. If you do want to play another Monster Hunter game with me, just let me know. I'm flexible and I'm willing to switch. But that is where I want to start these days, and that is going to be from my normal time, from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. Then Monday and Friday are going to be my 2 last days of Persona 3 Portable. I am looking pretty good, and I do hope that I'll be able to finish everything. Should be able to, more or less. Including 2 of the additional bosses. The 2 extra strong bosses. I should be able to clear them with little issue, but it's always hard to say exactly how it goes. So it is provisionary that I want to do that. And yeah. And that is going to be Monday, Friday, from 13 o'clock to 18 o'clock, of course, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. So 13 18 is always Central European Summer Time. Then On Thursday, it's the last StarCraft before the event, and then hiatus of StarCraft until afterwards, where I'll be reprising it. That is going to be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 9 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. And with that, we have reached the end here. The end for today. I do not see any suggestions. So let me see who is currently streaming. Let me also refresh. Maybe there's been a few people that came online since the top of the hour. We might be raiding out to Snake. There are a few others online. I'm not exactly sure what they'll be doing or what exactly they're talking. Yep. Let us raid out to Omega Snake Boss. He's currently playing Fire Emblem Engage. I think that is the... No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one it is. We'll find out together. And as always, I do hope that you're going to be enjoying his stream as much as you did mine. And I'm going to move on and wish all of you thank you, or say thank you to all of you for having been here. Even if you couldn't stay for long, it's very, very much appreciated. And I hope you did enjoy it. Yeah, I'll be streaming some more Monster Hunter tomorrow, so I hope to see all of you then. But of course, as always, even if you can't come, I will not hold that against anybody. But yeah. So I hope you're going to have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, however long or short it may be. I hope you're going to have an enjoyable time, and until we do see each other again next time, I hope you're going to have a great time. And until then, goodbye.